Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a good day. Fairly successful morning so far on GameStop's behalf. We are, we're green, baby. That is fantastic. Very, very good. We are continuing to roll our position. Right? We had 21 calls, moving them up to 22. While still selling resistance at 25 or 6. It's going to be your call on that one. And yeah, I mean, things look really good. Fairly successful day. Playing some spy dailies, but we probably shouldn't be doing that anymore. Just kind of monitoring how they progress through the day gives us something to do, right? And then we can increase our technical know-how through that. Not that we can't do that with GameStop, but it's a little bit slower moving. But moving in the right trajectory. 2281, not looking bad. If we look at the open interest here, right, we see a lot of 23s. A lot of open interest at 23. 23,000 interest at 23, in fact. That's kind of strange how that worked out. Yeah, and I mean, there's still a couple days left in the week, right? So where does this land? I don't know. I do not know. Good morning, Nerd Kitty in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here for the next 4 hours, and then we're back on Twitch. Maybe play some Halo. Probably fall asleep immediately like the old man that I am. And, yeah, just hanging out, man. Seeing if this can hold. All right, we are into the gap. I want to fill this gap today. Guess we better make a post about this. All right. Do some social work, which I actually kind of fucked up earlier. But what do you do? I should always have this up on this page. How can we do that successfully? I'll just leave it like this. Boom. Kitty, can I have a link to the stream? Just to the YouTube stream? I got you. Hey, Toes. What are you doing? Get out of my chair. I want to sit there now. This is for cats. Maya. Maya, come on. You're a savage. You can get out of my chair, human. Okay. Oh, did I get the link for that? Sup, mate? Up 127% on your position. What position was that? I'm unaware. I've not been tracking it. Not a position that I recommended. That can't be. Boom. HYMC? Oh, that's like a different ticker. I don't know what that is. Oh, is that the fucking gold mine? I remember now. Gold mine's gonna climb, yeah. I honestly could give a fuck, though. Congratulations. It's about as much as I care. Nice. This looks good. Maybe consider scaling out at some point. Because I'm not going to follow the trade. But, I mean, that's probably protect yourself, right? Okay, give me 1 minute. Okay. So, what is happening today? Other than I lost my chair to the cat. Just like a few minutes in, too. That's crazy. So, probably not great. Hey, Maya. Well, it's great for me. I'm a cat. GameStop's still holding on. You know, that's pretty cool. Warrants are actually down considering that the stock is up. I find that a little interesting. But, you know, it's in a liquid environment, so whatever. It's not really worth tracking. What's Super Stonk up to today? I was up a little earlier than I should have been today. Misinterpreted some information that came out. This I was really curious about. Can anyone solve this riddle for me? Like, I read through this post really quick, and then it made it seem like they expected all of the power packs to have gone through in revenue. Like $1,000 power pack should have been $1,000 in net income or revenue or whatever. I don't think anyone was assuming that. But they said that we were, which I found to be like, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I do that a lot. Of course it would only be the commissions on it, right? That's why it's a partnership with PSA. And even then, sharing the commissions is irrelevant to the whole purchase price being on GameStop's books. So this just seemed really silly to me. Maybe I'm probably misunderstanding this, but I guess I was not under that assumption. I don't think anyone else was either, so it just seemed like a silly write-up, but okay, cool. I'm wrong about lots. I'm kind of a dick, right? Burry deleted his post, put it behind a paywall, fine. Gave it to us for free first, which is great. Sharing some crazy metal music, awesome. Are you kidding me? More out of the money options for GameStop. What? Yeah, Gamma doesn't squeeze by buying 35 calls, dipshit. Out of the money in 4 weeks, too. Oh, sorry. Downvote. All right, those are 4 weeks. Fuck, I'm dumb. Well, it prints for the seller. It prints whoever's selling those calls. Crazy, man. I'm thinking about adding more. Monkey see, monkey do. Me too. I'll add some 35. Fuck, bro. No. Depends on where you start your graph at. Fuck. I'm so sick of those posts. I'm sick of everything. I hate all of this. Utilization is chilling. Okay, there's officially nothing worth value on Superstock again ever. Yeah, give yourself some time, but you also need to pair it with an entry model, right? Like, you can't just blindly be saying, oh, GameStop's going up for no reason. Like, you need a reason, like a catalyst, and then that catalyst needs a technical entry model. Typically, it's like a reversal signal, right? And then you need to pick the appropriate strike, typically something near the money, and then the time frame, right? Some gets the appropriate time and stuff. So It's a nice bar we just got. Let's zoom in. This is not bad. Like, this is bullish, right? We kind of talked about that yesterday. How a lot of these technicals are aligning in a bullish manner if we can hold the support level and the resistances continuing to kind of break down. The kind of strength we've been waiting for, Yeah, it's really just about your order of operations or your daily practices, whatever you want to like label them as. Just keeping it consistent. Throwing darts in the dark, right? It's like act upon principles. I'm gonna shrink these down a little bit. Can I? I can. Perfect. There we go. Much more better. Cool. Cool. We already checked Superstock. There's nothing there. Making sure to feed everybody. People in Discord get way too excited. I'm not in this for a $3 move. So I don't think it's relevant to hyper focus, like, Bitcoin's going parabolic, and then like 10 minutes later, it's down further than when they said it was going parabolic. Like, I don't know why some people are so excited. I mean, if you want to cheerlead, find something appropriate to cheerlead. Don't just like be so excited about nothing, right? In my opinion. Right? Make sure to leave a like on the stream. That helps get some people here. Very few people here today, right? I'm not, confirming their bias is enough. No. But that's okay. We get some really good plays, so I'm sure it'll grow. And if it doesn't, then, I've done my best and I'll just continue to take care of myself. But like I said, we want to try our best all December, right? Yeah, basically perfect readout in the Discord for everybody. We had a little bit of a misplay earlier, but it was just a paper cut. We cut it early, so our losses weren't really much at all, and I've easily overcome that with other plays today. So I think another great day in the Discord, which is cool. GameStop still's got a lot of work to do though, right? A 4-hour reversal setting, which is awesome. Let's talk about that. We'll throw this over here. Do we need a week? I don't know. I'm just saying that. Yeah, we're going to need to reclaim 24, right? If not, we're just chilling. So basically looking to hold 2250. But also reclaim 24. And if we don't, it's just consolidation land. Right. Publishing and... Okay, we're good. DRS is direct depositing all this month to singles under 75K and married under 150K. You guys are getting checks? They're about to sending those 2K payments, a lot of money. Hey, I'll believe it when it happens. I'm not American, so I don't really know, but what is that, chat? What is this? It's a reversal signal. Good morning, sir. Can we get confirmation? Man, I've been trashing people all morning. You really want to put your name in the hat? What do you think's bullish? I'm going to thrash it. Right? I want to hear all the things you guys think are bullish today so I can shut them down one by one. Right? It already started. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's kind of like a catalyst then, hey? Wow. Because so we were talking about Burry yesterday and we went through that. And he had given credence to a few things that had happened to, layer the success of the GameStop squeeze, right? He was talking about the share buyback. He was talking about the board of directors change. He was talking about the console cycle. He was talking about the COVID checks. All these different things. He was saying, this played a part, this played a part, this played a part. The parallels to then and now are suspect as all hell, I'll admit that. Coffee is bullish. Yeah, I'm bullish on coffee. I've had 2 so far. We might get a 3rd. Channel will grow because it's generally helpful content. It takes a long time. I've been very enriched here. A few traders will come in their time as well. I'm sure they will. We just need to make sure it is in the appropriate time frame, right? We gotta hit those likes, share it around the community. If you're just tuning in, you're not in the Discord. Sure, we love GameStop. It's going up. We're telling people to buy 21s yesterday or Monday. We're telling people to buy 22s while selling 25 and 26. Buy support, sell resistance. Easy, right? But then we're also giving them the daily plays, right? So, the SPY coming down. We'll just get right into it. Like, I probably shouldn't brag about this here, but, here, we're respecting the 4-hour negative breaker block, right? That's that blue block here, right? That rectangle. EMA 200, here we come. That's all the way down here, right? We're at 677, and this is way down here at 672. 672, right? So we're letting you know, that's on the way. You can get some SPY puts if you want. And then here we are, right? Boom. We went from here to here, right? Just, letting people know that, and then catching the reversal, right? I want to scoop that back up. What are these? $1.27, and we're selling them at $1.70. Easy peasy, right? No problem. And then telling people to repeat that process. Oh, but by the way, if you need a specific play, right? You want to go short on PLTR, I got you. We can do that. Straddle's probably better, but if you want to just go short, that's fine too, right? You can see the relative strength on those plays. And then, back to the SPY, right? It's bouncing, it's bouncing, it's bouncing, it's bouncing. You can keep repeating this process, right? Look at these calls. They're going from $1.20 to $1.60, almost $1.80, $1.20, $1.60, $1.20, $1.80. Just scalp them up and down as long as this holds, right? Giving people the play, right? How's the trading plan out? Y'all banking. Each one of these bounces is paying out a little risk. Rinse and repeat off the 200 as support with stops just below it. Boom, that's this, right? That's this. Play this with a stop just below it. And then eventually you're going to get a reversal and your runners are going to run. You're going to make buco bucks, which we went to $2. So awesome, right? My phone won't download Discord. I'm working on it currently without a PC and a 4-year-old phone. Yeah, I mean, it's not super important that you're here. It's more important that you're in on the stream for me. The Discord's great too, but This is where I need you. This is where we need the likes. And if you can share it out to your friends and family, that's helpful as well. The big question is, okay, so we're going to fill the gap, right? That's kind of becoming apparent as we're breaking above the consequent encroachment. This bearish order block is immediately invalidated. It's a bullish breaker block now, right? We're revisiting it, holding at, this is, you want to form it, revisit and test. The resistance becomes support. It's as simple as that. And, now can we get that fill? Are we going to reject on that lower band, which one would suspect, but maybe we reclaim it and just go from there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't do things either. Look at this hair. Does this look like someone who does things that they don't have to? Nah, I'll do it later. I just don't care, right? So enjoy your old phone. I have no interest in getting a new phone either. I would never get a new phone. That's crazy. I'll go back and get another old phone maybe, right? Give me one of those flip phones. I don't want this is like they're supercomputers at this point. It's like I already have a computer. Yeah, I mean, don't ever buy a new phone. It's true though, right? You should not pray at the altar of consumership. Try to avoid it. So like buying a used phone, because there's so many, because everybody's got to get the new phone. So there's so many old phones that there's nothing wrong with them, but they weren't the new ones, so they upgraded. And then it's just like, okay, what about all these old phones that are still like perfectly capable? And that's what do people need the processing power for on their phones? What are you all doing on your phones? I don't understand. Like my phone takes pictures, which it could in 2002 as well. Maybe a little better quality, but still, that's irrelevant. Let me mute these down. Logs onto the internet browser. Which, again, we could still do a little bit better now, but I just don't get it. I don't understand. With that being said, good day. What are we up here? I don't even know. 2.65% today. Wow-wee. That's crazy. Three green days into the gap. Guaranteed we're rejecting the gap and we're going to get a nice little one of these forming. Like that. Just going to say it. This is my I told you so line. But I'd love to be wrong. Oh, the I told you so line. Perfect with my average. We always reject at my average. It's just kind of like the thing we do, right? I guess that would be my biggest pullback in buying a used phone. It's been exposed, right? I've got nothing to spy on. What are you looking at of mine, right? Oh my God, he shared another GameStop meme. Crazy. So, my cat stole my chair. She's washing her butt behind us. Oh, that's perfect, Maya. Thanks for sharing. A better day than I expected. Far better day on GameStop than I was expecting. A lot of people getting in on the PMO reversal, I guess, right? They're liking this. We have a lot of bullish confluence. We've got, EMA reversals up from 15 minutes all the way up to the 4 hour now, right? One day is going to take some time. We really need to, see a nice move above 24 for that to happen, which is unlikely, right? But for a post-earnings recovery, this was quick. This was impressive, right? This is a relative show of strength, right? So, where do we go from here? I do not know. I suspect that the gap does fill, right? I suspect that we do reject, but it's most likely just a pullback on the larger time frame, right? A 4-hour trend retest, a 1-hour trend retest for bullish continuation, right? So, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot going on that is bullish, but at the same time, we have this massive call wall at 25, for a couple weeks away at this point, a month. And, I just don't see us with that much upside until OPEX is, in our tailwind. So we got to get through it. And it's like a month, right? So it is some time. Plenty of room for a pullback, right? Maybe an extended one, period of consolidation, like a U shape or maybe a cup and handle, right? We cup down from here, back up and handle down until we do finally break post OPEX. Again, I don't really know. You have to just take this as it comes. But if I were to take a guess, take a stab, that's what it would be, right? Doesn't mean that we don't just shred upwards. We can absolutely melt upwards and no one can stop us. At some point that will happen, and a lot of this generalized TA kind of, it goes out the window, right? And you start to take a bit more of a bird's eye view or a zoomed out view on it, right? And for now, I think it's better safe than sorry. I know a lot of people want to be super bullish. Like, oh, this is going to the moon. There's someone on Super Strong trying to sell 35s, which is just about the craziest thing. January 16, 25, or 35s. I can't even, what are those even worth? Sorry. $15 each, baby. 7,000 of them. All of which I guarantee are underwater. No, they're not coming back. Look at the spread too on that. That's massive spread. And the volume today is 52. 52 dummies fell prey to that post. Were you one? I mean, 52 times 15 is not, not making that much, but this is just free money to them. You don't think they're naked selling those calls? I do. It's free money. You just got to trick someone into buying it. Make a post, and someone bought 50 of them. That's $750 for free. And someone just made no problem. All I had to do was post on Super Stonk. Fucking feeding my family today. So it's dangerous out there. You got to be careful, right? I would never be buying these. Let's look at the options details here. The delta on this is 6. There's a 6% chance that this ends in the money. Perfect. I love taking 6% chances. Silly. Market retesting that 4-hour. Not great. Tonight we will either play some Magic or some Halo, I think. Having a little fun there. Post market hours. It is December. I was also thinking about playing Donkey Kong 64. That could be cool. Back to reload zones. At some point, this is going to break down, though, if it doesn't break up. So I'm a little nervous. I thought this should be it. So I think this is the breakdown, right? If not, yeah, you're reloading there at 90 cents. Already up $2.10. Perfect. Oh, the cat left. We're reclaiming our chair. And I am going to have a third coffee. Uh-oh. Let's see how this plays out. GameStop breaking up again. Like, what the hell, bro? And that's just it. I have such a strict disposition that I'm unwilling to fantasize or overproject. So taking it level by level is really important to me. But with that being said, I am wrong lots. SMX was a good example. We called this at like $3 or something. It ran to like 550, but I was selling it and convinced that it was too high long before the $500, right? So I am wrong on these things when they really go, ballistic and they're irrational. And that's, Burry sold early too on his play. And that's why, because you're a professional, you're in the market every day, you know what happens, right? And then, these outliers may happen, but the likelihood of them doing so is, it's less than 1%, right? So it's not a bet you take as a winner, right? You want to leave runners for that? Sure, great. That's awesome. Let your runners run. That's going to be really important with GameStop. And reinvest on dips, of course, but I'm going to be really on the ball with this stuff until it breaks out, and then I'm going to be wrong, right? Not that I'm going to be selling those shares, but as far as a technical readout goes, like I'm saying, oh, there's resistance here at 23, and then we got to reclaim 24, but that's unlikely because the call wall is at 25. All of that is going to hold up again and again and again until it doesn't, right? So even though I'm a pessimist, I'm very much willing to reassess and position myself accordingly, right? So chilling. Let's see if we can touch the upper band here. That's kind of the big shebang, and this is showing me that it's a little bit lower because this is our new week gap down mark. Right, and it's showing us that it's right here. So let's move that down a bit here to right there. Right, because we want to be on the conservative side of that level. Which we might be at now, I don't know. Uh-oh! I'm calling it as a gap fill there. Would you sell 22 calls expiring this week as the top or take profit? Oh, yeah, I would scale out at the gap fill here. Specifically if you've got nice profit, well, no matter what your profits are. This is a scale out area. It could go higher, homie, but this is where I would want to lock in some profits. Right? Doesn't mean you have to sell them all, right? You can maybe leave some in case it goes higher, right? That's always the hope or the dream. And then you could stop your runners out, if you break down the 200 or something, right? So like take some profits here, and then if it breaks down, you can cut the rest. And if it breaks up, then you can continue to bleed them off, right? Taking more profits, right? But as far as I'm concerned, that's a gap fill. On the 1 day, it is a little different, and I know a lot of traders are going to use the 1 day chart from the new week. But you could. That's the conservative sell right here. If you want to be a little more greedy with it, you could wait until this fills. Oh my God, where are we? Which still has some room, right? So this is our weekly gap that like every Monday we either gap up or down a little bit, right? So that's that. And then this is the daily gap, which happened, I guess, on a Tuesday. So there's potentially a little bit more room here, but this is a conservative area that people are targeting. It was right here, right? This little box. Lots of traders were targeting this area. But there's going to be lots of people also targeting this area. And then it's like, what kind of calls do you, because if they're weeklies, definitely take your profits. Lock those shit. Don't risk them, you know? Pardon my language. I stopped myself halfway. I'll try to be more family friendly here. People have kids, HGG. Yeah, I don't think that's a terrible idea. You know, specifically if they're short expiry. If you have like weeks of time on them, then, you know, maybe you're less inclined to scale out this early. But if they are 22s that expire on Friday, yes, lock it. I like that idea quite a bit. The Januaries, I mean, they could probably ride a little longer, right? Weeklies, you always want to be really careful getting out, or at least scaling out appropriately. Which I'm sure will, but it's until it does break down. This is just amazing risk reward. Uh-oh. What do you mean this is the rejection area? What do you mean that's where people are taking profits? It doesn't matter, though. We're right back to where we were. It's not much, you know. Just curious is all. Another coffee, someone said? Who said that? Have another coffee. See, you heard it too, didn't you? How many bounces off this level? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? That's aggressive. And we're already down so much on the day that it is likely that we have a relief rally. Right? Yeah, I like the SPY for a reversal here. GameStop just trading so slow. We're even on the 1 minute chart and it's not even trading. How many days till part 2 of Burry's GameStop post? Ugh. So this is invalidating, unless we can pick up from here, our previously bullish breaker block, and now we're looking at a bearish breaker block above us. So, man, could I have given a better scale out? We timed that perfectly. Classic. Unless, this is support and we reclaim that high, but it was a local high still. And that's why I trade TA, I like the system that I've got set up, and it's super basic. There's nothing advanced here. It may have some fancy terminology for the concepts, but it's just liquidity levels, support and resistance. It's just so doggone consistent is the thing that it's hard to give credence to anything else. Someone's like, let me teach you how to, use the Fibonacci retracement. I've got, specific settings, right? There are different ratios or whatever. It's just, if that's working for you, super. But it's hard to you commit to adding another utility to your belt when what you have is already working so decently. I'll be right back with the coffee. We'll see you in like 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. We're back. Okay, market structure shift. Can we reclaim this? Not that it matters too much. Ooh. But we'll do our best. I don't micro scout. Are you roaring, Maya? She's like, I got a roar in me. Took profits. What's the next move? I don't know, man. Just chill out. Everybody's got to hang out for a little bit. There's always always another play in a little bit. I mean, we've been selling calls off SPY. You know, we've been talking about that in the Discord here. Until it breaks down, just keep repeating this process. Beautiful ads right here. Oh, man. And it's just the same thing. Just these pops. But, you know, I wouldn't be buying it here. I'd be buying it on the sell side liquidity, right? Like you're buying here, 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 and you're selling here, here, here. You're not buying here anymore. Man, I'm just chilling out. I'm just waiting. Patience is really important, right? It's a lot of hangout time. All right, 90 days between each earnings. We don't really start sizing in until 20 days until earnings, maybe less. All right, so that gives us 65 days of nothing. Of hoping we find an entry model that's appropriate. Which was this morning at the, you know, if you wanted to play weeklies, you took them here, here, or here, right? On that lower band holding. And we talked about that in yesterday's YouTube video, if anyone was willing to pay attention and act on it. Weeklies would have printed really good, but we want to see that gap fill a little bit more. You know, an early rejection point, sure, but I think we could fill the gap completely. I don't know. Maybe, right? You remain most accurate when you're willing to accept an invalidation of your thesis, right? And then that allows you to reposition yourself. So it's like on the 1 minute chart, I'm bullish here. You know, we're at a localized support area, right? Which was resistance. Now it's support. You see resistance, 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 breaks through, support, 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 support. So, you know, now if this can hold, great, let's fill the gap up to the top. If it doesn't hold, you know, then we'll reassess at that point, you know. There's no need to get out ahead of ourselves too much. Ooh, I got a coffee. Don't forget about that. Oh, perfect. Some dirty bean water. Always cutting any runders under the 21. This was a first for me. She will not stop. Usually I always wait too long, get out of calls when they're in the money. Well, if you can get out while they're in the money, you're good, right? Yeah, sometimes she gets really revved up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're cooked. We better load up. Maya, you called that market structure shift, Maya? That's more like a Maya structure shift. Finally, an audience. Yeah, she loves that wheel. Warrants are clearly being suppressed. You guys like that? That's edgy. That's like a super stonk view. Warrants are clearly being suppressed. We could run up. I just find it unlikely. Like, what is today? Tuesday or Wednesday? Wednesday. Yeah, this has got to be a change in state of delivery at some point this afternoon to go back to the downside to close out the week. What's Max Payne? $22 or 22? Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I think it's a good time to scale out and just, buckle up as we trend towards Max Payne to close out the week. Because it's just Thursday and Friday, right? There's only 2 more days. Typically we don't get it all done at once. We are currently fighting bullish momentum. So we would assume, that change in state of delivery at some point today. So, if you can get out on a high today on weeklies, well, that's pretty good. That's appropriate trading. It's typically, like weeklies, you load up on Monday, sell Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, right? Or if that's if the market's up, right? If the market's down, then you typically wait until Wednesday or maybe Thursday morning, and then you go long on a reversal, right? Of course, you could go short at the beginning of the week, but I just don't like shorting stuff. Not my style. 22. 20 Tizoozies. Both on all chains as well as our new chain. Old chain is 20, but liquidity here is literally non-existent at this point, so just chilling. But again, there's a lot of resistance levels just above us that I really don't think we're going to break above. I want to go long on things right now. It's probably why we keep bouncing up off it. Now, I know what you're saying. This has got to break down at some point. And yeah, it sure does. But until that point, there's the risk reward, right? So we're taking a stock from, or a call from $1 to $2 to $1.50 over and over again. And then the risk here, like we've got 50% upside potential reward. Our downside risk is very little because we're not letting it rip down to here before we cut. We are in right at the bottom, and if it breaks that bottom, we cut quickly. So it's a paper cut. It's nothing. It's a couple percent points while we have massive upside exposure, not only the sell side, but the 4-hour, which is what's forming the sell side. Let's be honest. It's people see the 4-hour here and they're like, oh yeah, I'm buying on that. I'm buying on that. All right, scalp it up. Cut runners at the break of the 21. Repeat the process if you get back to the sell side. All while we just hang out and wait for GameStop. Right? Just take it as it is in real time. Instead of, we do project forward, of course, but when you look so far ahead, you don't necessarily need to keep track, I guess. That's why I keep, an eye on what's happening in the moment. Because if you start tracking all of this on the one-day chart, then you don't really need to check in, maybe every couple days, every week, right? Which is even less relevant than this, right? Which, it's still fine. But, this way, when, some news happens, there's some developments, you're on the pulse. You can get into it. All right, this probably breaks down here. We'll see. What do we think on this? Is this holding? Is this sell side going to hold one more time to rally to the 200, or is this it? And just like we'd be entering at 85 cents, right? And then you'd be stopping out at 75 cents, right? Very good risk to reward, right? Your risk is like 5 cents, but your potential reward is like, much higher than that. And you're already up 10 cents, right? So that's like a 2-to-1 risk reward right there. That's crazy. You nailed it. Of course, we're looking for more than that, obviously, but it is important to always be aware of the risk reward of your trades when you're entering them beforehand. There's a nice little tool in TradingView to do this, right? So when I'm entering here, this is my risk. I'm going to put that, right below this level, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're entering in this level, and our stop is just below. And then, here's a 1-to-1 risk reward, which is really easy to accomplish because we're aiming up here, right? So now all of a sudden, this is a 5-to-1 risk reward, and very, very good. Right? It is as opposed to entering the trade up here and still needing that stop down here. Now you need this for a 1-to-1, right? Which was our 5-to-1. Very different. And it pays out again. Boom, right in front of your faces in real time. Haha. I don't know if I'd be shorting anything right now. If the SPY loses the 4-hour, sure, then we can take a look at that. But until then, this is going to act as support, right? This is our bottom here. It doesn't mean it won't happen, and it could. But for the time being, there's a reason I'm playing calls off this 4-hour all day today. So, 80 cents to $1.02. Just off of the sell side order, with the stop below it. Yay. 95, 97. There's going to be $1 here. Let it cook. And that's just off of playing bottoms on low risk. What happens when this does reverse and you get, an extended run in the afternoon? Now you're going from 20% gains to 200% gains, right? On your runners. Leave a like on the stream. It would certainly help, even if you're just here for a bit. We need to reclaim the 21 here. If we can't, that's not good. Right? Like if we reject here without reclaiming the 21. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so I'm not sure I was short anything right now. This could be a bit of a bear trap, and the bottom of it as well. Again, that I'm subject to change my mind as early as tomorrow. If this 400 or 200 on the 4 hour, I don't know why I keep calling it the 400. If it breaks, I'm cooked. You know, I don't like it anymore. But if it holds, yeah, I think this is a good area to size in on some broader market longs, I guess, if that was your style. For us, we just like it because, should be decent for GameStop. Right? I know everybody wants the market to crash for GameStop, but I think that is going to be a risky biscuits. Brutal. Yeah, so failing that 21, I guess, and looked like it wanted it, but just a wick, so not great. Because most other times we're reclaiming it right away. Well, I guess we kind of rejected it here and then went. Same thing here, I suppose. Maybe let's not be too quick to judge this, but bottom line, this is still going to be a hard stop for everybody, right? Under the sell side. And then because of this, right? Because you're witnessing this, you're observing it, you're gaining confidence of this, right? But what happens below the sell side, right? Because there's a lot of longs entering on the sell side with a stop loss below, just how I had described, right? So longs are going in here, their stop loss is below, and they want to go up, right? But at the same time, we've got a bunch of short positions, right? But they don't want to enter until down here, right? They don't want to enter at support. So the shorts are going to wait until support breaks down to enter. So that's going to be a lot of fresh short volume below this area. It's also going to be a lot of sells or stop losses from long volume in this area. So these sell sides and buy sides of the liquidity areas are very much double-edged, acting as support, right? But if it breaks down, then the hedge or market direction is going to flip, right? That's just it. And then the buy side is the opposite of that, obviously. It's holding. I don't know. We'll see. I just find it incredibly simple to do. Fairly consistently. So I'm here to kind of share all that with everybody. And not that I need you to be trading SPY dailies. Like that's aggressive, right? But to teach you the technical analysis so that you can apply it to GameStop because it is relevant, right? You can take this sell side liquidity knowledge that you're learning here, right, on on the S&P 500 and apply it to GameStop because it will also go through, these phases, right? So the trading the index fund is a really, really good way to accumulate the indicator-based awareness, right? And I mean, GameStop's got a sell-side liquidity right here too. It's obviously not as deep and, But still, it's bounce up, bounce up, bounce up. It's the same thing, right? Until we break below it, and then it's, gonna fall away very, very fast, which is why our stop loss just below, right? And so not being able to reclaim the 21 doesn't give me hope that it's going to hold here. I think that it rejects finally and breaks down. Late to the stream, but what key levels are you watching on GameStop? I'm up pretty nicely with the 23s for January. Yeah, so like scaling out's not a bad idea. I know no one in this community is ever going to tell you to take profits, but the only way you get to come back and play again is if you take profits, right? If it's good enough to screenshot, it's good enough to sell. And people sell everything. You don't have to sell it all. You can sell 80%, right? If you're up 100% and you sell 50%, now you're on house money risk-free. What's better than that? Selling 75%. And now it's not only house money risk-free, but you took a payday for yourself as well, right? With continued upside exposure if it does run into January, right? So you're taking that risk off of the table, right? You're paying yourself for the hassle and you have remaining exposure. That's what you want to be doing consistently, right? And then sometimes those runners are going to run and you're going to, be like, oh yeah, I should have left my full size in and I'd be rich. But other times the play is going to crumble in front of your eyes and you're like, damn, I am sure glad that I took some profits. So, we got a gap fill. We had the weekly gap down, that start of week gap, which we tapped, right? This is an area a lot of people are targeting, right? This was from Monday. But we also have the Tuesday gap down, right? Which is a little bit more to the upside there. So if we could get a fill on that, this is the area where I'm taking profits, right? People are playing this gap. We break into it, retest the bottom as support, not once, but twice. Well, basically 3 times. It's 1 minute, whatever. Twice. And then, we're going to fill the gap. Once we fill the gap, people are taking profits here. And what happens when people take profits? Well, we hedge downwards. Whether or not we get caught and break through is unknown. So just make sure that if we do, get up to that 2310 area, you lock in some of it. I already scaled out a good bit, but yes, okay, good, sure. Protect yourself, and then the rest can run, right? Because the idea is that we have as much exposure as possible with as little risk as possible, right? Through as much time as possible. Because no one really knows when GameStop squeezes. And if you could have exposure to that squeeze on the options chain, right? That's going to make some dollar signs in your eyes. However, it's not something that you want to just be, GameStop might squeeze, so I'm going to YOLO my life savings into options because, they're risky and they decay and, it's very time sensitive. Even very price sensitive, really. But yeah, is like, so to have exposure willy-nilly is very dangerous because you're going to get shredded. But if you can, try to have that exposure while mitigating the risk and that downside, that's the goal. It's not easy to do, right? Like I have very little derivative-based exposure on GameStop right now, right? Obviously I wish I had more, but I'm not too comfortable loading up with size right now, right? Buying 21s, buying 22s, selling 25s. It's nothing crazy. Just holding on, and that's game plan only is until OPEX for me, right? Like, as those, monthly and I guess yearly contracts on January 16th expire worthless. Many of them will. We see a lot of downward pressure resolved, right? It's no longer on chain. Furthermore, anything that was in the money and does get exercised is going to come in, as a bullish flow, right? And you couple the two together there, and then it's going to exacerbate itself. And so an OPEX run likely, but I think post OPEX, right? Probably over 25 late January, early February, if you really want me to forecast out. And now I know, we're at 23, and you're saying a month, 2 months out, a month and a half, that we're only going up $3. Like, I don't like that very much, but it is likely that we do consolidate here. We've got a lot of support, 21, 22, and a lot of resistance, 25, right? So, probably just bouncing around between, that 21.50, 22 and 24, maybe 24.50. At which point, OPEX passes, and then we can maybe start to target some higher levels, right? So, I'm not really keen on going long with anything right now, at least any size, because I see a month of consolidation in front of us, right? So I'm hanging out, just chilling, waiting to see what comes forth, right? This sell side liquidity is continuing to respect, which is just about the craziest thing I've seen all day. Why is the coffee always gone? But 140% on your options, right? You scale out that. Now you can leave runners, feel really confident about them. And if GameStop retraces, the psychology of remaining in that trade is, vastly different now that you've scaled in comparison to before you would have scaled, right? Like, if I'm in full size, I have 100% risk in the trade, and, it starts to turn around on me, and against my my bias or my play, whatever, that's going to wreck me emotionally, mentally. However, if I've already locked in all my profits, then I don't care. I'm much more resilient to those potential movements, right? And I can stand to bear the contracts going red a little bit, even because, I'm already massively green on the trade. So even if my runners went to zero, I'm winning. Not that I let them go to zero, absolutely not. But you see how the psychology of the two different trades are going to differ, whether or not you've scaled out or remain full size. So not only is it good for your checkbook, but it's good for your mind, right? A little bit of a slower day today. I wonder why. I'm not sure what else we could advertise. GameStop is pretty slow moving. Any hype for the people? No, nothing. What do? No one wants to hear that their favorite stock that's going to make them rich overnight is going to trade sideways for the next month, right? Nobody's interested in that. HGG, sorry. My apologies. Just trying to steer y'all appropriately. And again, I've been wrong before. I've been wrong lots, right? I will be wrong again. Do you find it unusual that GameStop has been grinding upwards as the macro environment is an aggressive pullback? I don't trade GameStop much, to be honest. So it's not really grinding upwards, though, right? Coming back to parity, sure. Okay, we're cooked. See how you get a massive move when you do break it? Because there's a lot of stops here, and there's a lot of new shorts here. Yeah, get wrecked market. Goodbye. So yeah, when that sell side drops, you can see you get an expansive move downwards. Not good. Very bad. And the same thing goes to the buy side. If you can clear a buy side like that, you'll get a big move upwards because there's short side stop losses resting just above. There's also new long limit orders just above, right? So the market, grabbing all of those, right? And that's what the market maker loves to do. They like to match buyers and sellers. And when there's a bunch of open orders in the book, boy, oh boy, give me those commissions, baby. Payment for order flow me harder. So they're going to match those orders up, right? That's how they make their money. So it is, because of that, likely to happen. Well, the whole to that is it's not worth anything. A 28 is worth almost nothing. Right? You're picking up pennies at that point. Jan 2nd. $12 on a $2,000 investment, $2,200 investment. Right? It's just not. You can, sure. I mean, it's smart. I like to sell above my average because I'm a scaredy cat too. Why not sell right at your average though? Why not sell a little bit below your average at the wall? It's like $12. Yeah, not much. But you remember, there's a reason that it's paying you so much, because there's only a 9% chance that your shares get called, right? Very little chance that you lose those shares. Even the 25 delta's only 19. A 19% chance that this finishes in the money. Very unlikely. Right? If you get to delta 0.4, sure, now okay, I can see a 0.4 or 40% chance happening, It's likely at that point, right? 30%, sure. That's a decent chance. 20% though, it's unlikely, right? Last was 25. Try to get a fill above 22. With that, it's going to grind lower as well, right? And tomorrow they're only going to be worth 18, and then on Friday they're going to be worth 15, and then on next Monday they're going to be worth 10, And then GameStop squeezes to 30 and they're worth 50. Just kidding. Buying AMC at $1. No. Only if you want to get banned from this chat. Even uttering the words. We got to get like a list of words to ban. AMC, parabolic, Bitcoin. Right? Squeezing. Just a list of terms that just automatically get you blacklisted. I mean, if you like lighting your money on fire, by all means. We all got to stay warm some way, you know? But I think, so GameStop probably is going to go to 30, but I don't think it's until late January, post OPEX, mid-February. So I think you're probably safe to sell calls into OPEX and maybe that week after, because it takes a little time for things to settle and flip the other way. But there's so much downward pressure on the chain that it needs to rebalance, and we're gonna have to watch that too. Like, how does it get moved around? Right? Are we gonna see a lot of that open interest shift upwards on the chain into future dates? Jund is okay. We're actually Jund fans here. Got to Jund him some days, right? Yeah, let's wait and see how the open interest shifts around, right? Is it going to migrate, to a new strike, to a new date? Keeping an eye on that as we progress into that January OPEX as well. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. It certainly helps the discovery of all of this, as well as DM the Ultimator. Like, man, you should see this guy. He called top today perfectly. Literally to the cent. Which is kind of crazy. Who does that? Go outside more, kid. Go develop a personal relationship or something. Why are you just obsessed with the stock? I'm like the operator in the Matrix, right? Oh, I don't even see code anymore. I don't even see bars anymore, candles anymore. Is the 200 going to act as support? I don't know. We do have the 200 crossing VWAP. That's a sign for bullish continuation into late afternoon tomorrow. Whether or not that holds. Do you think that some of the open interest may be bond arbitrage? Yes, but it's not. It's those $5 calls or puts. I can find them. We used to track them. 2027, January. I'll find them. We know where that bond arbitrage lays. So it's not that open interest, but it is this open interest. $36,005 puts. And I don't know if it's... They're spread across a couple dates. Something went wrong. Sorry, can't show you. I can. All strikes, and then we're gonna go 2027 too, I think. And $5 puts. No, not here. not here. Okay. Just making sure I'm looking at the right row. They exist somewhere. I was tracking them at some point. Where was I saying those were? We found some of them. Where are we going? Oh, it would maybe be in the other chain as well. That's why it's not showing up, because it would be in GME 1. Ah, I see you. So, yeah, let's take a look at these. Not this January, right? Nothing here. But next January, you'll see all of these. And then also, I think there's like another big group of them somewhere. Holy. Someone went really long on GameStop. That's crazy. Who owns those? They gotta be selling those. Someone bought them, though. A lot of these dates are gonna be dead. Whoa. Okay, I found them. I find you. 200,000 $5 puts. There's your hedge. Check out December 17th, though. This is them. This is the bulk of them. So this is what you want to see drop off, right? When you're tracking that bond arbitrage, you want to see these puts, the open interest on these drop. I'll throw that in here for you guys. I don't even know how to spell arbitrage. Fuck. Oh, GameStop, what are you doing? They are far out of the money, but how would a market maker hedge those? This is them. I mean, it's undeniable. We've seen them enter the chain when the bond, arbitrage was accumulating. Yeah, this is their hedge. Absolutely, right? 100%. So we want to see them de-hedge, right? So as we get to, what was the force conversion? Was it like $37 or something? As we get closer to that $37 mark, they should start to de-hedge. And then as we get above that forced conversion rate, we got to be above that price for 20 out of 30 trading days or something. That de-hedge will accelerate, right? We've got videos on it on the YouTube, if you wanted to go back and watch it. But right when the bonds were coming out, we talked about it all. Again, I'm a dum-dum though, so My understanding of things is always evolving. Oh, I'm gonna need a fourth coffee. So yeah, we've seen them appear during that time, so we can basically surmise that this is the hedge. They're long on GameStop at 32 or whatever, right? And then if they want to balance gamma neutral, they just maintain a hedge through these puts because you're getting obviously derivative-based exposure, right? At a discount, right? Because these $5 puts are very cheap, right? They're not expensive. They're $2 each, right? Well, actually, let's go to the right day. And they are on the old chain, eh? I don't know how to find that on here. But yeah, we want to see those dissipate, right? And that will, how we're like rejecting a lot at 30, 28, 25, and the higher we, or the closer we get to that number, the easier it is to slap us down, apparently. And that's just them rebalancing the hedge, right? There's a good podcast on it with the MicroStrategy group, because that's something that they went through multiple times. With that being said, their arbitrage resolved itself much faster than we're experiencing currently. So, some parallels, yes, but there's definitely some differences as well. So it's the same as when people sell calls, right? If you're trying to figure out how the MMs hedge, just in opposition to the play you're making. It's the same reason we see IV crush, right? And then the price retrace. Or maybe I can think of a better example. So like when you sell a covered call, that's a bearish position, right? And you're selling a call, which is the right to buy shares, right? So they're getting ahead of that and balancing it beforehand, right? As a hedge. And then the unknownness of the future doesn't necessarily become relevant because they can just balance that hedge. Like, so a whole bunch of calls get sold, right? And then that introduces downwards pressure to balance. And that downwards pressure or hedge remains until it becomes apparent that these calls are expiring worthless or they are moved off chain. Again, I'm not super keen, and there's different types of hedges, right? What is like I guess a base understanding, they're looking to mitigate any downside risk in real time. Because it's not up to them whether you hold that option, have it remain on chain, which is risk for them, or you get rid of it. Like, they aren't in control of that, so they just have to act accordingly based on the accumulative, doings of market participants, right? So the market maker, they're going to be short X shares based on the exposure of those, 200,000 puts, right? Lots of people doing the math to, they're saying that they remain gamma neutral, which I'm sure they are probably close to, but the equation that they're using to balance that hedge in real time. I mean, this is so niche, right? But we can observe it, right? We can see those calls stack up. We can see the price suppression because of it. And you'll see those calls bleed off, and you'll see price suppression be alleviated, right? And they'll happen in together. They're going to be conjoined. Similarly, how we have that call wall, right? That's price suppression at 25 into OPEX. And once that is, alleviated, it's removed off chain, they can drop that hedge and we can move upwards again. It's all tug of war. So, but the specifics, I guess, of the out of the money calls, or sorry, puts. So the delta hedge is probably not relevant because they're deep out of the money, right? So the delta on those is going to be like nothing. It's going to be zero, right? Because GameStop's not going to $5, right? So they're most likely, hedging convexity or gamma. But again, this is operating under assumption that their hedge is to balance gamma. It could also be a volatility hedge. Typically, from my understanding, the arbitrage is gamma and a convexity level hedge, but that's pretty advanced. Again, pardon my spelling on arbitrage, which the idea which does not work. There was a live stream on this over a year ago, right? If you're super interested on convexity-based arbitrage for neutral gamma, you can read on it, but it's advanced, right? That's a very niche knowledge base. If I knew how to be a market maker effectively, I would be a market maker, right? I'm a day trader, bro. I trade volume imbalances. So I try to parse through it or stumble, I guess, but I'm a total dum-dum, so I just can observe, right? And then progress through it maybe a little bit more aware next time. because I don't think it's a one and done situation. And now if you have, this confirmation of just exactly how this arbitrage cycle plays out because you've experienced it, you're going to be much better off to act in the second and third coming of it. Good morning, Tolly. It's a quiet day over here. I don't know where everybody is. I was a bit of a bully this morning. Maybe I scared him away. I got to be a nicer person, right? Me and Tolly practice that. We are, basically monks at this point, through the way we treat other people. Just all above board. That is what it is, right? The real question is, do I stay this way when GameStop squeezes, right? Or do I become like all the other village idiots? Who knows? That's going to be a journey which we go through together, maybe. Oh, screw off. See, this is what I'm talking. What time is it? It's almost your bedtime, dude. You mentioned you made some new purchases today. Are they up? Are you green? You making money or what? Oh, you have the emote here. It works. Wow, that looked weird. Yeah, but it's like just trying to, align with your personal aura, appearance, being. And I think it's getting it pretty close. It's 8 p.m. I just left my corporate Xmas party. Interesting. Did you have fun? You did a hold? Nice. Classic. Did you get the secretary's personal number? What's his name? Jacob? Just kidding. Well, maybe not. I mean, if that's what you're into, that's cool. No judgment, dude. 'Twas good. You got him under the mistletoe or what? Though I did add some cards to your buy list. I like how you have a buy list and you're not just buying them. Like, why even have a list? Why not just automatically purchase them? Why even put them on the buy list? Right? The department assistant is about 10 years older than me and has a daughter. 10 years is not that much. For a young guy like you, I'm sure you could flourish under a dommy mommy. But also too young. Yeah, I feel that. No, sir. I like how he says that, like it's his choice. Because I'm sure the sub 26-year-olds are just lining up. Oh, Tolly, take me home. Show me your magic card collection. I'm just kidding. No, it's his choice. He doesn't want to do that. Yes, it's up to he's drawing the line. Right? 2012. Man, you got to get out there. Don't you get those ads? Local cougars near you? Oh, it's not. It's not together. It does take some time. And then you're so malpracticed, right? Like you just blow any conversation you have. What do you blurt out? You just like you're on a date and then you just like yell out a magic combo or what? You don't need job security though. You're an heiress. Your parents are like ultra wealthy. Just put that on your shirt. Be like, I have rich parents. And then you'll go out on your date and it'll be ultra successful. And that's all you need. Just get a shirt that says that on it. Yeah, but they'll see your shirt and they'll be like, oh man, I don't even care that he's autistic. Let's meet these parents. Oh man. He's just a shy little guy. I actually can't talk to strangers when I'm not online. That's what I'm talking about. You're like sitting down at the table. She's like telling you about her career. And you're just like, you know, doomsday triggers with. You start breaking down this 5-card combo to her. Top 5%. Yeah. But then on the back it says at magic. We have good banter. Yeah, the top card of your doomsday pile should be Kaboom. Yes. Start showing her MTG Goldfish videos. Across the restaurant, you hear from Tolly's table, saffron olive. Alrighty then. This would make for a good comedy. You know how they do like those candid cam shows, right? We need to do like a candid cam dating show for Magic players. Just to see their dates blow up. We'll have like, you know, some behind the scenes betting where people are like, you know, calling out how long you'll last before the other person walks away. Classic. Check out the fractals. People who trade fractals belong in an institution. Hi, Maya. Could you hear her? Give me another one, Maya. We're waiting. She says hello. Okay, so want to see me be a bad cat? I'll do it. Can we reclaim the 200? I don't know. Fun fact, fractals are objects that have dimensions of non-integer rank. Like the Mandelbrot fractal has a dimension of 1.5. You know how some people are too smart for their own good? You're borderline there. So is pizza. Pizza's all like, you guys better get into something, because damn. Why do you know that? It's part of German grade school curriculum. It's like grade 4 stuff in Germany. The Sierpinski triangle, perfect. It's a single line, technically, which is made up of dimension 1, but when you zoom out very far, it fills a plane, which would make it 2-dimensional. Interesting. Well, a single line technically has 2 sides, right? It has like 2 bands on it, right? Like if you were to draw a line, which in theory is supposed to be 1-dimensional, that line has 2 sides to it. And technically a center as well. Only one you draw. Well, isn't a drawing just a representation? In mathematics, a line is indefinitely thin. Still, wouldn't it? Like, isn't that all relative? And then in mathematics, it would be relative to the decimal place. So like, couldn't it just, you would just go in, you know? A line only stretches in the x-axis dimension. Sure. A plane stretches in x and y dimensions. He's like Daniel from Stargate. We need a point of origin, Tolly. We are the point of origin. Oh my god. Chevron 7. Locked. Just kidding. Cube stretches in X, Y, and Z dimensions. Yes. Technically, a plane should have that 3rd dimension to it too, though, shouldn't it? Like, it doesn't have to be a cube to have the 3rd dimension. You did pretty well in geometry, hey? Trigonometry, whatever. Bro's out there drawing tesseracts. It does not? If it's three-dimensional plane, it does. But what's a three-dimensional plane called? Because wouldn't it be based on perspective? And couldn't you also have a one-dimensional plane? All still based on perspective? No, you got to let the Germans go, though. I mean, what else are we talking about? We called GameStop side hours ago. I don't know how much more I could have done for you all. We did it. Yesterday's YouTube videos, you enter at the gap. We had supports. Sell at the top of the gap, which here is your conservative level, which we tapped. Easy peasy. A three-dimensional plane is a cube. But what if it's spherical? Is it still a cube then? Is a cylinder closer to a cube or a sphere? What's your take on cylinders? So it works like this. An x-dimensional object has one-dimensional objects of the same group as its edges. Oh, okay. I'm visualizing that perfectly in my mind. Plane always has two dimensions by definition. Okay. And now I'm just thinking of a plane as four sides. Where are we? Give me this brush. Right? So like a plane straight up facing you as someone who's looking directly at it, you know, it has four sides, but is only two-dimensional. But the same plane, you know, if viewed from straight on it, like if this was, you know, the front side of the cube, so to say, that you can't see the rest of the cube. You're just looking at the one side of it. That's two-dimensional, but you can't tell that it's three-dimensional because of your perspective. But I think we're talking about different things. And that same plane, right, the same rectangle, which in theory could be whatever dimension, but we only see the two dimensions of it. If we take, a little roundabout and it reveals another edge, then we fill in. I don't know. This is how our conversations go. I literally have no idea what I'm talking about, but I try to progress the conversation. I do my best. Nice drawings. But mathematically, there is no perspective. And the perspective does not change. And that's the same reason people think the world's flat, right? Like, because their perspective is fucking so zoomed in that it's flat. But, if they can remove that perspective upwards, then they see a different angle of it, and then that, can get a clearer definition. Good gaming? What is that? you talking about buying calls and selling them within a week? Not currently. And the 5D cube has Tesseract as its edges. Oh my god. You could have a 3-wheel bicycle though, right? Trikes are deadly. You ever been on a trike? Oh, English is your mother's tongue. I'm done. This is what I do all day. You could have bought calls and sold them the same day, though. If you would have bought calls on the entry of this gap and sold them at the fulfillment of it, you'd be laughing, right? GameStop calls today did very nice. Like, what was this? This morning, right? So we gapped up this morning and trend retest. Gapped up this morning, trend retest. Both times, you could have been in at 62 cents and selling these calls at $1.10, $1.08, right? And we talked about that yesterday. Day traders are going to do that. Day traders are going to enter long on the break of the lower band, which is here. Then the resistance is now acting, because it was resistance. Scroll back. Here it is, resisting or rejecting, whatever. We break through. Trend retest 1, trend retest 2. That's where longs are entering. That's where day traders are going long. They're going to do it with at-the-money calls. You know, here's the gap up. Here's the first trend retest. Here's the second one, right? Boom, boom. And then it melts up to 108 from 65, 63 on those retests. So, yeah, you definitely could have had a nice little day trade here. I was a little bit busy in the morning. We were not here yet or active, but, that's why I'm giving guidance ahead of time, right? Like I talked about that in yesterday's YouTube video that's been out, for how long. So that's why I was saying, Tolly. No, 3 wheels is a tricycle. Well, unless one falls off, right? I'll stop. Sometimes I have too much coffee. Tolly, what dimension is your card collection? I should have something for lunch. We clearly have low blood sugar. He's measuring. It may take him a moment. I suspect it's several dimensions, though. So what about a 60 cube as well? What then? We get cubes with sides as Tesseract has the sides? It all becomes very confusing. Specifically for the guy not even following the 2D logic. I'm just kidding. I just like to be difficult. GameStop reclaiming VWAP into what could potentially be an end-of-day run. 12:30. I really should find some lunch. That explains so much. It's important to eat consistently. Is it? Yeah. I thought I'd just seen IV up though a little bit. These are warrants in computer share. Interesting. That's it. That's the post. Yeah, we're not very high. But this is the cycle, right? It's, you know, IV up into earnings, IV crush. You know, IV up into earnings, IV crush. Up into earnings, crush. Up into earnings, crush. So I want to wait. You know, we'll probably recover here, but there's going to be a second crush in the midterm. And that's where we want to target, right? I don't want to be giddy. I don't want to be too excited on any of this. Just because IV is low doesn't mean you buy the calls. The reason the IV is so low is because no one is buying the calls. IV is dictated by open interest. No open interest away from the money equals no implied volatility. It's implied because it's coming from the options chain, right? The open interest on that chain. So when it's low, doesn't necessarily just mean it's a good deal. It means that no one is willing to touch it. And if no one's willing to touch it, should you be? If no institution, because they will have enough to jack this up, is willing to touch this, should you be? Just because it's low? No, absolutely not. It can hit 1%, it can hit 0% and grind down for weeks. With that being said, our 52-week low is 37.4. We're at 42. There is some room to the downside. If you're getting to the 52 weeks lows, cool. You pair that 52-week low with a entry model, technically speaking. Okay, now we're talking, right? But just to be like, oh, you know, low IV, I'm buying leaps on low IV, probably not going to work out. Wait for a better moment to sell some calls. Yes. Not a bad idea. But at the same time, you know, time ticks by no matter what, you know. Just because you're not getting top dollar for your call now doesn't mean you can't sell it now, right? Like you could sell a weekly 25 and take your 10 cents. Or you know, take it next week 25, take your $2. I don't know, it's probably pretty low, but you know, and then, you know, the short-term expiries are getting through and you're still farming, right? But then, you know, we get a spike and, you know, you're still able to act on that. So again, that's, I don't know, your strategy or yeah, the days are different, right? There's a 45-day, a 30-day, 250 divergence or whatever, and you can manage, like, you can see the volatility on your contracts right here, right? Per contract you can see. So, you know, so you can just even if you want, go to this week at the money, you know, IV's non-existent. You know, we're talking 40%, 37%, those lowest that we've seen, but that's weeklies, right? You know, you want to go 30 days out which is basically January, and we can again see that IV. It's up a little bit more, 40%, 42%, which is aligning with what we've seen on, right? This is what we've seen, right? 42.2, 42, right? At the money, IV, 40. You can literally just grab it yourself. And then you want to go out, check out your Leap IV, right? You can kind of scroll out more. Right, we can go, January 2027 at the money, IV 57, right? So you can see how that IV on the Leaps is a little bit higher, right? And will take longer to crush, but also takes longer to ride. It's just slower active. Much like your 200 is slower than your 50, right? So it's nice to have the graph just to quickly reference. But if you're ever looking for specific, just grab it off your broker, right? They're always gonna have the correct open interest, in real time, the correct volatility in real time. It's just probably a safer place to get your information. Not that when I do my recap, I still just grab Market Chameleon, and that's fine too, right? It's good. Well, I don't know. There's plenty of other stuff too, like just buy time. I mean, everybody knows that. But it's not, it's buying time is irrelevant. It doesn't just make your trade good. It all needs to be paired with a catalyst, an entry model. It's all cooperative in a successful trade. Right, it's just it's risk management. So the absence of time is risk, right? If you don't have a lot of time to be correct, that's a an upside or a cumulative risk in comparison to having more time, right? That's going to be the reduction of risk or the mitigation of it. Just like at the money versus out of the money, it's the same thing, right? Like, doesn't make something wrong, right? It's just an individual style, right? High risk, high reward. These things are conjoined, right? They're always, balancing each other, right? In opposition. More risk, more reward. Less risk, less reward, right? So, I'm inclined to take a little bit of a lower reward, right? But in turn, I'm met with less risk and have, because of this, more consistency. So, like if you can have a catalyst that's going to drive volume, great. Earnings, pre-earnings run up. That's as basic catalyst as you could get. Of course, there's other things. There's different forms of corporate action, right? A share buyback is a really bullish catalyst, for example, right? Maybe a stake or there's just so many. But then there's also social media catalysts, right? Like the return of an influencer, perhaps. And then if you can take your catalyst that's going to drive volume, no matter what it is, pair it with an entry model, a technical entry model, right? For us, I like to do a reversal signal. Keep it really basic for everyone, right? Help them load in on a dip rather than buying a top, right? You can also play breakouts, so that's fine. there's plenty of different entry models we've gone through on the channel, and we'll continue to do so, right? Obviously, always looking to refine those myself because that is trading. And that entry model is going to entail your risk. It's going to entail your size, depending on what it is, right? And then, pairing that with the appropriate option, right? And again, just because I take lower risk, lower reward, you can min-max that, right? You can take a little bit higher risk and get a little bit higher reward. But as far as teaching beginners, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not looking to min-max anything for you guys, right? Because when you do that, the likelihood that you get burned increases, So it's just about teaching you the basics, having you bunt the baseball to get onto first base, bunt the baseball towards third, run to first. Ta-da! Not going to win you the game, right? That's no home run, but you got on base. And that is the key to playing baseball, getting on base, and you let the next guy hit you home, right? But once you get confident with that bunt, maybe then you put a little power behind the bat, and eventually you start hitting these home runs. But for now, it's not buying out of the money options. It's not buying short dated options. At the money, at the most, probably in the money by a couple of strikes is better. 3x your time past your catalyst. Yeah, that document is more for day traders, but it's good to, maybe I'll do like a trading options for GameStop document or something. I don't know. I'm gonna grab some lunch. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. Leave a like. It helps. And maybe 5 minutes at most. Not too long. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, good. He went to pump up GameStop. Perfect. Finally doing something worthwhile. I was beginning to think he was a useless streamer. What do you think between trading expensive options in the money long dated, which behave more like spot, versus trading shares with small leverage, 2x or 3x? I don't think 2x or 3x is great. I think you just should trade common shares until you're confident with it. And until you are, then I don't think that the others deserve much thought. Same reason I say only to play options on profits and only 10% of those profits. Because I know we all want to be experts and think we are, but in reality, we make mistakes. We're just human, right? So everyone, me, everybody. So just be careful. I don't think leveraged funds are great for downside exposure. Easy way to melt your account. Right? But, you pick those up on a bottom. It's a good way to, have some potential leveraged upside. A lot of traders just need to work on their timing, though. They need to work on their execution. So it doesn't come down to this play versus that play. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to min-max when, again, you just need to get on base, right? You need to get used to getting on base and be like, wow, I can get on base. I know how to do that. If you don't have that confidence, I would not even be looking at a derivative, a leveraged fund or an option. No matter how far dated in the money, like, why pay for theta for the fun of it? Why have increased your risk for the fun of it? We just talked about how I like to reduce my risk and mitigate it. I don't want to. Just play common shares if that's your goal. Like, we have options for quick run-ups. Yeah, did you watch the first one too? Because I don't know which one was. That was fucking a year and 2 years ago or something. Quite a while. So I don't know which one was relevant. Because I think one of them he outlined what happened, and another one he might have projected what was going to happen, and obviously that didn't come true. But I don't think he was too far off in his thesis, at least. But that's how things go. You kind of you figure these things out, and then you share it with people, and then the market maker's like, no, we're not playing that song anymore. Which is just how, like, it's always going to be up to the SPY reversing here. I'm not playing it until we break the 200. Clearing these local buy sides, though. Market structure shift. The 400 was support and is now going to be resistance. Jesus. How do you pick the color? I don't even know. Okay, this is just not working. I gotta refresh this. Homeboy's getting left behind? Oh no, what happened to Moretz? Shoot. I hope he's okay. Fuck. I'm always like typing like an idiot. I'm so far away from my keyboard. Yes. What is happening? Okay, we're back. Oh, you can pick the color. I think my trading view was just messed up. Oh my gosh. This marker just sends me. Okay. We're back. Perfect. Burry liquidating shorts block by block. Fuck, dude, don't stop coming here. I like the shit you say. Some people say stupid stuff that pisses me off, and some people say stupid stuff that makes me giggle. You make me giggle, dude. I like you. Awesome. Burry liquidating shorts at GameStop's $23 mark. Nice. Shares are definitely easier to play. Yes. And you know, like if you're fucking up your common shares, you just got to keep your head a shake, right? It's the easiest thing to nail. The only one who can make that play wrong is you and your execution. So you got to get your emotions in check, your mental state, whatever, right? Do some yoga, whatever it happens to be. I don't know. Go for a run. Yeah, this is actually really annoying. It's doing it again. My back is not working. And then that changed my key level here. Because it should have been like this. All right. Just try not to move that around too much. The SPY reversing. We are going to test the 4-hour 200. Can it hold? Does it act as resistance? Because maybe this was just a liquidity grab before, you know, we do get continued upside, and that was the dip. Or it rejects here and, you know, bye-bye market, right? This is a big area. Sharing is caring. It, well, I mean, it depends what you're sharing. You could be sharing, you know, something that's not great. It's like sharing STDs. Maybe not great, right? That's why you got to stay away from certain people. I'm just kidding. Even stock advice, you got to be careful of what people are willing to share with you, right? Beware of ideas that are not your own. They'll say it's under the guise of caring, right? But at best, you know, it's their own objectives that they're looking to accomplish, right? Typically, 99% of the time. Even when Tolly donates, fat stack of subs on the Twitch stream, I know he's just looking for a nip slip, right? He's got his own perverse incentives. Everyone does. Rejecting so far, it could take a few minutes, right? Like, even though it rejects the first time doesn't mean it won't break through in a moment or two. Definitely could. Yeah, but none of those people are here. You're okay. You're like incognito here. No one knows you. What time is it? 1 o'clock already. Okay, so we don't want to wait too long to record our wrap up. Yesterday we waited a little long on that. Likely by the end of the month. Well, Christmas kind of shuts down the whole month right away. Right? So I don't see him dropping it during Christmas, do you? So it's got to be post-Christmas? Pre-New Year's? I need to stop interrupting the stocks discussion. And I'm Gucci. You're okay, dude. I asked you before you left. I was curious as to what dimension your card collection existed on. Is it on the ethereal plane now? It's in the 9th dimension, you say? Rejecting the 400. That is disgusting. I'm still calling it as a low. I think we reclaimed that 4 hour 200, and we all had a little bit of a bear trap giggle to laugh about, but could be wrong. Could be wrong. He's building position now, and then he'll drop his thesis on why he went long. Probably no. False. Hashtag incorrect. He literally said in his thing that he does not like to reveal his position. So he's not going to tell you he went long in real time. He'll tell you he went long once he sells his position. And he literally said he stayed under the filing requirements so people would not know. And you're expecting him to tell you? Interesting. Sorry, bud. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not going to get a Burry YOLO. You're not going to get a Burry 13G. So sorry. I'm still more bullish than you, though. So, double burn. That's my thing, too. Like, these people come out and like, oh, I'm ultra bullish. I'm ultra bullish. And I just scream, wrong. And then also let them know that I'm even more bullish than they are. Because they want to call you a shill, right? They're like, oh, you're not bullish on GameStop. You're a shill. But in reality, I'm even more so. I want to know if applying calculus to these graphs would yield any true information. And I think that was my disconnect. Bro, you're extreme. Yeah, but I also don't think he's putting out DD post longs. That exposes you to, that SEC investigation, right? It's almost like Andrew Left is getting it, And he said he likes to scalp around his core position, which means he would be selling to you post DD. He's not doing that. Hashtag Andrew Left. That he would be doing exactly what that guy's getting investigated and charged for. And you want him to do that? Now who's the shill? You want Burry to do something that's probably illegal. He's building a position now, and once he's all in, he'll drop the thesis. I don't think so. Burry's not going to expose himself to any SEC scrutiny. You're lucky he's doing this post at all, because of that, right? At the end of the day, it's still GameStop, company running on extremely virtual company value. Yeah, but the interest, it's in a good spot. Tully's not necessarily a stock guy. If you look at the year over year, the ship is correcting itself. Basically, he won't say it directly, dummy, but it's not about saying it directly. It's about the actions. And the SEC will know that he has purchased, right? And then they will know that he's pumping his own stock, and they will know that he's selling, and they will fucking grab the shit out of him. It's not about saying it directly. It's about completing the actions. No, well, it was, but now it's intangible cash, right? It's in billions of cash, which makes actual interest in the market, right? If I had hair this way, the moment I'd pick it, ripping out your hair. Ah! Why is my content creator obsessed with GameStop? No! The reason your content creator has been able to hang out as long is because of GameStop. Da-na-na-na-na-na. That does not matter. He knows how it would... I think it does matter, and he even told you in his last readout that it matters. He was unwilling to coordinate with a single investor because of SEC scrutiny. He ignored Kitty. You think he's going to coordinate with a fucking sub of people? Bro. Is there any oxygen in the upper atmosphere? I know you guys hang out up there. You're in like low Earth orbit a lot of the time on Morant's stream. I'm starting to worry that you may be oxygen deprived from being up so high. Go back to scalping government contract holders. I would, but they're all doing things I don't agree with, and I'm not going to progress a police state. A lot of people go, that's a whole other problem. Not that there's not money in it, but it's just like doesn't align with my moral code. Might take weeks or months to confirm the block change, but it looks to me like we may have confirmed it today. Just want to check. I think we're chilling until post-January OPEX, which is why I say weeks or months. If he was scared of SEC, he wouldn't have dropped part 1, bud. So there's a disconnect. I'm saying he does not have a position and is not taking a position. That's why he's comfortable doing this. But you're saying Burry's melting shorts and he's going to disclose his position with his long. And it's just like, no. I mean, that's a fantasy. It's a literal fantasy. Burry goes long on the stock and it melts up again. Yay, I'm finally a winner. I certainly hope so. But I wholeheartedly doubt it with the release of this information. If Burry had plans to go long on GameStop right now, he wouldn't be telling anyone about it. He would be quietly writing a letter to the board like he did last time. Quietly taking a position like he did last time. Whether it gets brought out in the future, maybe. Selling 40-year-old factories as new eco-friendly ones. Are they doing that? Are you up to code on Chinese economics? He's like, I got the macro and the micro. So he doesn't have to deal with the BS. He's free now. Like, that's an assumption. You don't think individual investors are... Why did they pull Kitty in if he was free? Hmm? Hmm? Rules still apply to individual investors. Don't kid yourself. Just because no old dicks are giving him a hard time within his specific fund doesn't mean that the governing bodies are just going to be like, okay, Burry, do whatever you want. Specifically when it relates to GameStop. LOL. He's free now. Someone was doing this earlier in the Discord, just like making these crazy assumptions on zero facts. If you can give me some facts, some data to look at, by all means, I'd love to look at it, because then I can at least tell whether or not you are standing on, any validity or not. Typically, when I ask people for facts, they give me something that's not even related, and, then I have confirmation that, I don't need to really dig into this anymore. It's called speculation. I know that's all you guys do. And how's it working out for you? I'm just kidding. I hope it works out great. I don't really care. But, to come here and shit on me is crazy. Like, of course I'm going to send it back. Like, you expect me not to mirror this back on you? You're crazy. I just don't find any credence in speculating on something that's irrelevant to today. You can read behind the lines clearly. All right. So the underlying thing of the international CO2 certificate trade is as following. You, as big CO2 producing company in the EU, are paying money to some company outside the EU. And then this company goes out and buys a factory that is much more eco-friendly than the usual one in that region. And this is where the CO2 savings comes in. So they're balancing their CO2 with old factories. They're saying, hey, I've got one efficient factory, and I've got an old inefficient one, and just ignore that that's inefficient because it balances out. Is that what you're saying? But the thing is, the EU never checks for those foreign companies. They just send fake documents back stating that they built this great new thing, while in reality they never did. Oh, so they're saying that the old factory is eco-friendly to lower the average on their current factory in the EU. So there is no CO2 balance because the factory is non-operational. So it's zero. Yeah, Burry does, and he even admitted to it in his post about scalping around his core position. And that's why he didn't want to be over the limit to file, because he would have to, and one of the reasons anyways, because he'd have to file each time, right? And who wants to do that? They just buy off their duties. They're buying duty. I'm sorry. If we do more CO2 in the EU, we have to compensate by helping the outside make less. But the producing less part never happens. So the factory they buy just remains inoperable, and they're just buying it as a CO2 sink, which is kind of crazy. Expanding it until 2040, and it's crazy. Well, let's go buy some Chinese factories, dude. Will be interesting to see if he just wants to share his opinion with what the company should do moving forward with no skin in the game. Certainly possible. Yep. I think that there's a big difference between making private recommendations to the board versus a public Substack post for pay. You got to remember that this post that he's making is something that he's charging for. As a certified financial advisor, there are risks to that, so I don't think he is willing to expose himself to any of that. He's way smarter than that, man. I honestly don't think you're going to get a position disclosed. If you're going to get something disclosed, it's going to be super official. And you want to see some tinfoil? You want to take some tinfoil back to Moratz with you, bud? Tell him no that Burry's the new CFO of GameStop. You want some Burry tinfoil? I'll give you some Burry tinfoil. Ryan Cohen onboards, prolific short seller Michael Burry as new GameStop CFO. Boom, there's your press release. And then he buys in because he's, part of the board and getting involved like Ryan did, right? At which point you are getting official filings because he's way above the limit, right? I'll bite on that. And that's going to maybe come in with his recommendations, maybe? I don't know. I love the tinfoil as much as the next guy, but, just to rely on it, to preach it as truth, no, you gotta be selling that as... he's not a waste of time, though. He's a fantastic cheerleader or spokesperson, individual. We like the energy. Appreciate it. Patient long-term investments certainly could, yeah. But now, so he's saying that with a fund, and I read it too. He said, you can't hold as long as you would as a personal investor with a fund, right? So he's saying he's going to buy GameStop and hold it for longer than his fund would be willing to. How's that for your event horizon? Where's that bullish bias coming in? No, I want to be here for 20 more years. And I mean, I do too. Don't get me wrong, but obviously would like some price improvement between now and then. Nah. Burry was born to trade. Breaking news. Tucker Carlson said that members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming in Venezuela. Oh, really? Tucker Carlson got briefed? That's from Unusual Whales account, too. Some people are just so thirsty for content. Tucker Carlson was briefed. What a world. Yes, war with Venezuela. Breaking news. For those of you just coming out from under their rock for the last 4.5 months. Best case scenario, he acknowledges the turnaround and has a positive future outlook on the company. Yes. That is not bad. I also expect maybe some recommendations to the board, but I don't know if that's going to be in the letter. I think that takes place in a private conversation, right, between him and the board, where he sends an email to the board just like last time. And you know whose email that doesn't show up in? Yours, mine, Ryan will know. And in future, we may know, but we're not going to know in real time. But that letter isn't going to be released to the public on Substack. That is a letter to the board. That's not the next Substack letter. Those are two different conversations. Yes, with a 4.9 stake, LOL. Dude, you're killing me. So you're saying that he doesn't like to get 5%, so he doesn't need to report, but then also just reports it himself. Interesting. Don't get it now. I mean, if you want to buy the top of this gap fill, by all means. I personally would. Well, I mean, you can buy GameStop whenever you want. I think that's a great idea. But as far as min-maxing it, I would probably wait. I'd hold on. No, I'm plenty long on GameStop. But I scalp around my core position, just like Burry does. I don't know if Morantz does that. Does he teach how to scalp around your core position? Like Burry mentioned he does in his letter? Your guys' God? Do you follow suit? Mr. Genius. See, at least someone gets it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But can you not see right on screen? Plus, I have a computer share position, and I'm never going to show you that. Like, bruh. We buy and hold. So you think Burry was wrong in his letter to scalp around his core position, which he said he did vigorously? Yeah, new high of day, maybe. Double top for sure. Why is Moran's viewers so aggressive? Why are you guys so upset that I can make green trades? I'm still long on your stock. I'm still more bullish than every single person in your channel. I can guarantee you that. Did we not, though? Look at the contracts. So you were willing to hold these contracts from 82 cents to 30 cents? You were willing to take a minus fucking 60% haircut on this? If you don't know how to manage risk, that's why you shouldn't day trade. Because it's about selling the top and loading back in on the bottom on lows when you're comfortable with an entry model, right? Yesterday in the YouTube video, which I know you didn't watch, we told you how traders were going to enter in on the break of the gap down here. We filmed the video here. I was letting you know that people were going to enter the trade here. And then what did we do? We broke through. Support, roasted up, right? This is just classic technical analysis, which I gave perfect guidance for. So, talk shit all you want, but I can guarantee you I'm giving some of the best guidance for GameStop on YouTube. For free, I may add. There's no course here. I see people selling their courses in their Discords. What? That's so crazy. Can you not do this successfully? Why are you charging these other people for it? That's weird, but okay. You all do you. It's free here for all of you. All right? Join the Discord. I go through it every day, bud. Every day. Look at this. That's feeding people today. Woo! In at 127, out at 170. And this, like, man, every single day. All week, baby. You know, maybe you could join and learn a thing or two. It's free. Heck, we'd love to have you. And then you could take this back to your other stream and be like, you guys, I got to figure it out. I know how to be a successful trader. And you could teach them. Right? Wouldn't that be cool? An entry model. See, you don't even know what a entry model is, never mind the variety of them. And that's the problem, right? Like, these people have been buying and holding, which is okay, whatever, sure. But there's been no education. They're not educating themselves as to be an appropriate trader, you know? So it's dangerous, right? Like, there's things that you would want to practice, right? Why are you scalping at 23? Again, someone asked me that earlier, and I might start scalping at 35. I'm not scalping at 23. I'll play options at the break, sure. Buy some longs here and scalp them up. That's a different thing. I'm not going to be scalping my core position below my average. Do you think we'd do better if we marketed ourselves as a cult? Maybe we could. I don't know. We'll get a special hat to wear. Dunce hat. No. But it's easy to throw barbs at one another to feel good, and that's kind of like humanity. That's what we do, right? No, you're an idiot, right? And then I feel better, right? So just don't take it to heart, right? We're all idiots. Let's be real. It is what it is. If we weren't, we'd be billionaires. Ta-da! But here we are, on our way, nonetheless. But for now, we've all got a lot of learning to do, right? Even me, I've got a ton of things to learn. And along that path, I'm going to make some mistakes, right? But together, we can, point at each other's faults, call each other idiots, and hopefully, be able to weather the storm together and come out ahead through, some new understanding that we're able to curate together, right? Because I get things wrong, and I when I get something wrong, I don't necessarily see that I got it wrong in the moment, but another can be like, dude, you're an idiot. Like, this is not that, it's this. And then I can go, oh my God, you're right, I am an idiot. That's crazy, right? Rather than remaining an idiot, I've kind of cleansed myself of that, and we can do that communally with one another to make sure that we do have appropriate information, right? Appropriate biases, etc. So again, these are my two bullish targets for today. This is our weekly gap down. So on Monday, we made a little gap. This is it. And then on Tuesday, we did gap down. And then this is that upper band, right? So we're just kind of hanging out, watching those levels. A very successful day as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we were watching the 4 hour, right? That's set, right? We had the 1 hour set yesterday. We're saying, no, the 4 hour might take some time. With this level of price improvement today, which is substantial in comparison to the last couple days, right? It's set. We got it. And what do we have with it? Boom, key level breakout, baby. Pairing a EMA reversal with a key level breakout. In this case, it's the 4 hour 200. We got that marked for everybody. That's going to send us up nicely. And if we can hold that level, even better, all right? And then, the last boss we have is the 1 day, right? Which needs some work. And we're going to want to get that price up above the 1 day 200, which is, kind of trending downwards towards our price. But, we need the price up $24 here for that to happen. So, good day, but I'm worried that we top out, if not here soon, as, again, we're getting really close to that January OPEX. We have a ton of calls at $25, which is acting as resistance, right? It's pushing us down. Maybe we get a local squeeze to push us up above that, and that's something that I'm going to have to reassess if that happens, because my bias is that it will not, right? And that we do reject that 25 level until OPEX clears, January 16th here next month, 4 weeks away. At which point, I think a lot of that downwards pressure is alleviated. We can kind of start to trend upwards to, dare I say, plus 25, maybe 28 or 30 for the late January, maybe mid-February. I don't know. At which point we're targeting March earnings again, right? So being patient, a lot can happen between now and then, right? Go Birds, go! I'm wrong lots, right? So I don't think Burry's going to be overly bullish for GameStop. I don't think he's going to reveal a position, but again, I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong, and would very much prefer to be wrong. Don't kid yourself, right? But thank you. We got to get after that YouTube video here. I'll entertain that narrative. The most bullish thing I could possibly think of, Burry CFO. Great, congratulations. But, is that changing the way I trade now? No, not really. Again, in the Discord, we've been doing our best to get people good positions, right? Like, I can't even see this. Buying at the money, selling resistance. So, Today we're buying 22s and we're selling 26s. Earlier in the week, we were buying 21s and selling 25s, right? And we can keep rolling those out, locking some profits as we go. And, maybe this does continue, right? But for now, I'm a little bit, leery, right? I'm being cautious because I think that, this is kind of it. Couple that with Super Stonk selling everybody 35s today. There you go. So it'd be nice for him to talk about how the buy button was removed for retail, but obviously sell to close involves a buyer. So the market maker, the broker was able to continue buying, right? That's kind of crazy. The swaps would be really awesome to hear him talk about also. And just trying to bait him into, like, people are just so wild. Like, they're always trying to bait you into a wrong decision or the wrong opinion. Like, well, he did put out the post for free. I appreciate that. Yeah, we got nothing here. Oh, would you look at that? We're rejecting the 400. Did Morantz draw this perfect line of price point separation for everybody earlier on in the day? And then talk about it perfectly all day? Anyone? Was he doing that over there? Or any content creator? I'm down 0.76%. And my computer shares are, they must be way down. I'm not even logged into that in some time. Yeah, my Discord speaks for itself, though. I've been running it successfully for 7 years, doing GameStop plays within it for almost the entirety of that time. So, a lot of your claims are absolutely baseless. They're unsubstantiated because we do have those receipts. You literally just have to go look for yourself. I mean, I've got gain porn posted for the last year. Some losses there too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not perfect. I do mess up from time to time, right? But we manage our risk and we're always coming back. We got to do our recording soon. For free. Not one of us? You mean the people willing to teach you inappropriate principles so you YOLO into their sold calls inappropriately? It's been a long day. Yeah, we are not the same. So how do you fantasize about Michael Burry so much and then hate on me for literally following in his footsteps perfectly? I'm curious on that. Like, he literally said scalping around core position, and then, you're upset with the guy who recommends that to people. It's just interesting. Do you think Burry's wrong about lots of stuff or just that? We'll do a little thought exercise together, if you can handle it. Do you think Burry is only wrong about that single thing? Or do you think he's wrong about more? Because obviously you're not agreeing with it. So I'm curious, from your perspective, what's that look like to you? You're willing to accept the rest of the things that he says with authority? Or you're thinking that maybe some of that's bullshit too, I wonder. Oh, wait. No, that's not the question I asked. Oakley dokely. Let's do this thing. I know, Maya. We're getting after it. My cat's yelling at me. She says, hey, stream's over. Time to cuddle. She senses it's time for a recording, so time to get in the way. Be a little rascal, cats. What time is it? 20 minutes. We filling that gap? Okay, let's do this thing. I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. I'll get rid of this. We don't need the spy there for the GameStop video. This can go up as well. Perfect. I might take a couple tries at this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic time, and thank you so much for taking the time to stop by and chat. I'm not saying time twice. See? It's a struggle. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop with me. We have another green day, and massively so, 3.3%, which is absolutely incredible, considering the S&P 500 is down 1%. So establishing a bit of an inverse relationship there is quite interesting. Something that a lot of people have hypothesized. Let's see if it holds, right? As far as GameStop, where did we leave off with? Well, yesterday we talked about how the chart happened to have a one-day gap, right? That we created earlier this week. Was that was last week? Oh my, time is flying here. And then if we were to break into the gap, right? We do have this gap here, as you can see. We charted out, and then that's going to transfer for us intraday. Right here, that same gap. We talked about yesterday how if we could break into the gap, there's going to be a lot of traders who are targeting the upper band, right? So we, in the morning, boom, blast right into it. And then what are we doing? We're turning what was resistance here, clear resistance point, into support, which is very, very good for conviction on the trade, because we break in, boom, support number 2, and then people start to target, obviously, because it is holding, we're going to target that upper band. Now, we do have the start of week gap here as well, which we can see acting as our first resistance point, but retracing back into it to close out the day. There is 19 minutes left in the regular trading hours, and we are new high of day. Absolutely. 3.37. We love it. Now, you're not going to love this, though. I do expect a rejection on the upper band of the gap at 23. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Of course, I've been wrong before, and I'm going to be wrong again. By all means, we could blast through this and, away we go. On that note, a lot of my bearish sentiment is coming from the options chain. We see OPEX coming in less than a month, and there is a lot of calls on this chain, specifically out of the money. We see, 68,000 25s. That is a lot of downwards pressure on the stock currently. Of course, there is support at 20 and, now at 22 that we've reclaimed it successfully. And that's kind of where my lack of enthusiasm is coming from, is that I think we're just going to bounce, between 22, between 24.50, maybe 25 on a high if you're lucky. But if I were a market maker, I would most certainly do everything in my power to have this bulk amount of 25s expire worthless, right? At which point a lot of downwards pressure is de-hedged, as well as some deliverability on anything that was exercised, which is really cool, right? So I think, we will see price improvement over 25, but it could be late January, maybe mid-February, right? So could take some time. On that note of keeping track of the options chain, we could take a look at the bond arbitrage hedge, which still exists. We're going to go into December 27, 17s, and you can see, $210,000 $5 puts, right? So, we're keeping an eye on this as something that we've been watching now for a few months at this point, right? The bonds have, it's like almost last year at a certain point, and they're still here, right? So eventually, we're going to track up to 30, above 30, which is, they have the forced conversion if we're trading above X price for 20 or 30 days. I think it's like 37 or something silly. It's quite high. They're going to have to de-hedge this, right? And when this gets de-hedged, it's the relief of quite a bit of downwards pressure. So, things that we're watching for into the future, a lot of OPEX, and a lot of, long term, like this is way past, this is 2027, right? So just being patient, just holding on. Of course, a fantastic run gap fill strategy for everybody who had listened to kind of our readout on that yesterday. If you were to play calls today, you would have done very, very good. This was the gap up this morning, and then trend retest at the lower band, trend retest at the lower band. 65 cents on those calls if you were to be adding them at the appropriate spot, and then scaling them out here in the afternoon at that gap fill for $1.10. Those are really good gains. If you were to kind of be looking for a day trade on GameStop, that would have been an absolute beauty. Of course, we are getting close to my average, which is a common point of rejection. So let's be careful here on that gap fill as we could shoot downwards. Now, let's get a little bit more long-term. Yesterday, we had the 1 hour set, and we are holding our key level, really good, right? We set the 1 hour, maybe a couple days ago at this point, right? And then the key level is holding, right? Post-trend retest, getting that expansion upwards, something that we were very much expecting. And then the 4 hour has set today, which is really cool, right? And then pairing that with our key level here as well, the expansion coming immediately. Now, of course, at this point, expecting a bit of a retracement into a trend retest, trying to target the 4 hour 200 again, while the 21 and the 50 can catch up, and we should all meet in the middle here. Of course, moving out even further, we have the 1 day, but this could potentially be a little harder to accomplish for us, right? Yes, we have really good price improvement off of our sell side, which is cool. But the EMAs have not even reversed yet. Yes, the price is above the 50, which means they will reverse if it can hold into tomorrow, maybe the next day. But you'll notice the 200, the one day 200, so far above us, up near 24, that we need to see continued price improvement if we're gonna, have the whole reversal signal set for us, which is a basic entry model that I go through on the channel for everybody, just to make sure that you can get on base successfully and consistently. Of course, you can add more to your technical analysis as you progress, but as far as a beginner's guide, this is it. This is all you need, and it will work very, very well for you. But on that note, as you can see, we've got a lot of work to do, and because we need to reclaim 24 for this all to set up and hold, I'm a little worried, right? Because we have, like I said, that massive call wall at 25, so nervous to say the least, but a healthy disposition, let's call it. We are filling that gap. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Does the upper band of the gap reject, or do we, keep continuing on our upwards momentum? Post Burry article, there were so many things about that article that screamed a bullish future for GameStop. Of course, we need confirmation. Whether you're willing to draw those parallels is going to be up to you as an individual. How tight do you have the tinfoil wrap? But we talked about how he gave credence to the console cycle. He gave credence to the buyback, the board of directors mix-up. We had the COVID stimulus checks, right? And bringing this all up again because GameStop was at a bit of a lower price, $19 the other day. We started to mention a potential share buyback. What does that look like? Reducing the flow, increasing earnings per share, etc. We also have, and I've learned this today, a stimulus check coming out to people, $2,000. I wonder where they'll put that. Plus, console cycle. We just had the Switch too, right? So that's interesting as well, considering they put so much importance on it for GameStop's first squeeze, right? Of course, the retail sentiment was a big deal as well. Maybe someone, creator makes a Substack post that really stir up the community. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Apart from maybe the board of directors. Oh, I don't know. This is super duper tinfoil, and I said it a couple times before. But Burry is CFO. Who said that? Could you imagine? Oh my God! And then we get insider buying again on top of that, which again he talked about being really important. So a lot of these things that he directed such importance to in the past are kind of happening again a little bit. Some of them are still missing from the puzzle, but we could potentially fill those in. Warrants are just screaming up here today. Really nice recovery on them, as they were not tracking with the stock for much of the day. And yeah, we've reclaimed that gap. If you had weeklies here, BINGO, you are a winner. Make sure to scale out, confirm those profits. If you want to leave a couple runners, by all means, let it buck. But you don't let a green trade turn red ever. Make sure that you are winning consistently, and you're gonna have to lock those profits. And if that worries you, the greed monster's out to get you. You say you bought 5 and you sold 4, but one's not enough to hold. Oh no. Maybe next time, because you locked in your profits, you're able to size in a little more. Maybe you can get 10, and then you're sizing out with 8, and you've got 2 instead of 1, doubling your exposure to potential upside, right? So just remember to keep the greed monster at bay. He's always going to bite you no matter what. And keep it consistent, and then you can come back and play again. So again, GameStop at our average. This is where it will reject, I promise you. But we're going to have to wait and see in the coming days of the week. IV is super duper low. We see on Superstonk, someone was trying to sell 35s, which is crazy. Burry mentioned that he is acknowledging Citadel removing the buy button and willing to talk about other things as well. So hopefully we get a readout on specifically the swaps. The buy button being removed only for retail, because obviously, if your position is sell to close only, who's buying that from you, right? So the brokers, the market makers were definitely still able to buy those from you. So only your buy button was shut off. No recoil, people just trying to put words in other people's mouths. Classic, So Super Sonic is just kind of chilling. A lot of people not liking Burry, which is crazy because he's done so much for the company and is continuing to do so. But, whatever. And then, really not much going on. Utilization is not low, but not too high. So, again, we're just kind of left in the middle ground. Formal was talking about Power Pack revenue, and if it reaches a certain marker, that it will become apparent and its own segment under earnings, which is great. There was maybe a misconception, which I read this very early in the morning. Maybe I was confused, talking about how the Power Pack revenue was less than expected because they're only getting the commissions, which I thought we were all aware of, but oh well. And yeah, the 35s. Do not buy 35 calls expiring in 4 weeks. That's the craziest thing. Oh, and maybe we'll put a 24 there just to make them think that it's okay, right? This is a call I would sell. This is not a call I would buy at all, right? So 35s, too far out of the money, too closely dated. This is insane, right? This is the kind of thing that just is over super stunk again and again and again, that at a certain point, how do you not pick up on that pattern still, right? So aside from that, the Burry post looks like it's coming before the end of the month. You can join our community Discord if you search Hello Good Game Linktree. And then we have, the GameStonk tab where we're doing all things GameStonk, kind of recommending some option plays for people for the last couple days, which is awesome. And so if you need some help on that, you want to learn, this is definitely a good place to do so. All for free, not charging anything. Just trying to really help educate the community as a whole. You could be the change you want to see in the community, right? And then we've got the watering hole. If you're interested in, just how did I get so good at technical analysis? What am I doing day to day with my trades? You can kind of follow that along here as well. Again, all for free. Today we're playing the S&P 500 multiple times off the 4 hour. And again, let's take a look at that here. On our 1 minute chart. This is the 4 hour 200 EMA. Support, breaks through, resistance, right? Descending. Very classic technical readout, right? So you learn things like that in the Discord as well. And it's through, my day-to-day trade experience that I'm able to successfully direct, flow on GameStop, right? So stop by. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two as well, right? I don't know anything. I make mistakes all the time. Bitcoin is down. Don't ever look at this unless you're on the 4 hour chart. Someone was like, oh, it's going parabolic today. Settle down. Zoom out. Don't track something that's so volatile on such a small time frame. Take a broader stance, if you will. The weed section was up drastically today, but with the market pulling back, everything is going to, right? Except for your boy GameStop, which is, an anomaly within the market, which is quite interesting. And, that's just further stoking people's bullish bias, I'm sure. I know a lot of people want that market to break down. And I'll tell you what, if we cannot reclaim this 4 hour 200, it looks pretty scary, I'll be honest. But, I'm glad I'm in GameStop. Looking forward to the future. Looking forward to Burry's second post, what it entails, whether or not it's actionable, and if so, what's the time to implementation on all that, right? Interesting times, nonetheless. Again, a lot of the hard work for GameStop's already been accomplished, right? The company's turned around. We've seen that. We're tracking the earnings reports. The lease liabilities decreasing. Net income and revenue, staying the same and slightly going up, which is, absolutely fantastic as you trim down the overhead, but are still able to produce at the same level. That's not what you would typically expect. And all of this, again, will continue to compound in the future. Very excited. So if I've missed anything, please don't hesitate. Oh, the PMO. We were mentioning yesterday the PMO, right? So the 4 hour, we're like, okay, you know what? If this crosses and can hold, looks really good, and, perfect. So the PMO on the 4 hour is diverging, converging to itself, I guess. Our signals are splitting, but the PMO with the smoothing on it, coming down as we go up, that's going to be really good. to confirm that the 1 day holds, right? That's the whole deal, is if the 4 hour can set, hold, and reverse, which it still needs to do, but things look really good, then the 1 day is as good as gold. But of course, we do get false sets sometimes, and if the 4 hour can't hold, then the 1 day will most likely turn back on itself, okay? But again, this is definitely something that we're continuing to monitor. RSI at this point, I'm not super on it. Wherever it's hiding, right? Because, we are kind of just in between zones, right? We're not too high, we're not too low, but we are, maybe getting to that area where we could start to pay attention, right? And, that's aligning with the gap fill, which I don't like, but again, you have to blend all of these indicators together, right? So if the PMO reverses down, and then that's going to add some confirmation to this, some confluence. But as of now, this looks pretty good, and I don't want to be putting a lid on it, as there's the potential to push higher than this. Of course, if I was in any weekly calls, this is an area in which I would be scaling my profits, selling 80%. You want to leave runners for more, because it could go, I could be wrong. Absolutely, I'm wrong lots. Do so, but protect yourself, take some profits, reduce your risk, and let it buck, right? We'll see how it progresses together tomorrow. On that note, I'm live on YouTube every single day, weekday that is, this December, 12 till 4 Eastern. If we can reach 100 viewers, we're going to do it for the whole year. Yeah, until next December, at which point I'm sure that this is working out in our favor, and we'll have a flourishing community of coherent GameStop option traders, right? But we need your help to do so, right? We need the likes, we need the comments, and we need you to come out on the live stream. We have 36 people. That's fantastic. So don't miss out on this, again, for the rest of December, right? We'd love to help you out. If, you've been getting hurt by GameStop, that makes my heart ache. And I'm certain that we could correct the ship with very little effort. I may make it look easy. That's because it is easy. I'm not the brightest guy by any means, and probably far less so. But if I can do it, everyone can do it. That is the wholehearted truth. But I digress. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you tomorrow on the live stream. Hi, hi, hi. Those are for October. Fuck! Are they really? That'd be twice today I fucked up. See, I told you I make mistakes. Oh, they are Octobers. Poor gullet. All right. Alrighty then. I'll be first to admit when I make a mistake. These are Octobers. These are a little bit later, right? We get an extra 8 months for this. I'll actually just edit that part out instead. It'll be easier. Thank you for pointing that out. Fucker. Ah! Reading is so hard. I only do the math, bro. Burry commented about today that he focused on writing up the article on good longs. I anticipate we may hear about a position in the coming weeks. Again, I doubt that, but I could be wrong. One take with no stuttering or cut is pretty impressive. Well, we did fuck up also pretty impressively. Again, thank you for pointing that out, because I would not have caught that, right? I like when people call it Jimmy. That shows that you are an OG, attaboy. Considering they have 5.8 million short shares today and every day for the last 5 years straight. Yeah, but you have to, they don't add up. They're not accumulative, right? I can short a share and buy it back on the exact same day, right? And I can do so very aggressively with high frequency trading algorithms. So just because you get high short interest daily doesn't mean that it's accumulating, right? The strength today is wonderful. Where we ending? We did kind of pull back. That's fine. A great day. 3% is, yesterday I was blown away too. Yesterday I was like, wow, this is the greatest day. Maybe it was the day before. This is a really nice pattern. This pullback into another leg up that's a nice chart pattern. Beautiful, right? Really good here. 15 minutes looking great. There's got to be a pullback though. And then the 1 hour. Just cut it out. Yeah, I will. 2021. Days before it squeezed. And that was, there's a lot of mistakes made back then. There's a lot of mistakes made in 2021, right? Everybody wants to point and laugh at Burry, but, how were your trades? Mine weren't great, right? I fucked up lots. Yeah, long time. I think I was in computer share in like 2022. Right as soon as computer share was bouncing around. So that's why my computer share average is so fucked up. Because I haven't traded my computer share account. It's just sat there. It's a hold. I call that my Moran Morantz account. Okay? And my average is not 2317 on that account, I'll tell you what. It is it's a friendly reminder, of where you come from. So those computer shares are, those are long-term investments, baby. It's not great, but we're still here, and I have far more shares now than I did then, right? So it all works out. It's just that average is so fucked up. It's brutal. What do you do though? No, biotechs are easy come, easy go. Oh, you want to see my bag? I've got that. Look at this thing. Now that's a bag. I could fit in this, it's so big. You think you got big bags? I got the biggest GameStop bag there is. Filled that bad boy up with shares. We're never turning back. No, I don't know. It's just like if you were to buy a console or something, they'd put that in there. But a joke, because everybody calls GameStop, they're a bag holder, right? You're a bag holder. It's like, oh, I got a great big GameStop bag. You have no idea. So thanks for hanging out, you guys. I hope you have a great day. I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out. Leave a like on the stream before we leave. Of course, I'll be on YouTube with the recap. Oh, there's a cat in the bag. I literally have a roaring cat in the bag, chat. In the GameStop bag. Oh my God. Is it a sign? Stop it. And again, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.